Welcome to Whispered Tales. Close your eyes. Imagine the echoes of marching boots upon ancient stone, the scent of blood and iron upon the wind, the weight of an empire pressing down upon the shoulders of one man. Not a warlord who swings his axe without thought. Not a ruler draped in silk and ceremony. No, this is the tale of a mind sharper than any blade, of a strategist who bends fate itself to his will. This is the tale of Jericho Swain. Noxus is an empire unlike any other. It does not stand upon divine right, nor does it demand obedience through empty words of honor and duty. It is an empire of strength, of those who take what they can and hold it through sheer will. And yet, beneath the banners of conquest, beneath the blood-stained glory, there are whispers. Secrets older than the stones of the immortal bastion, hidden beneath the weight of history itself. And Swain knows them all. He was not born to power, nor was he gifted it by noble lineage. He was a soldier first, a commander who earned his place not through bloodline, but through victory. Yet, unlike the brutes who ruled before him, he understood something far greater. Strength alone is meaningless without control. A fool may swing a sword, but only the truly powerful know when to stay their hand. His rise was inevitable. Some say it began upon the battlefields of Ionia, where he was betrayed by his own, left to die, his body broken, his arm shattered, his eyes taken. But even as he fell, his mind did not waver. He saw something that day, something within the darkness that grasped at his soul. A presence that did not consume him, but instead offered something far greater. Knowledge. And so, he did not die. He returned, not as the man he once was, but as something greater. His arm was replaced, his wounds healed, but his vision, that had changed. Now, he saw further than any before him. The shadows whispered, the ravens watched, and through them, he glimpsed the strings that others could not see. The unseen hands that had shaped Noxus from the beginning. The hidden war beneath the war. The Black Rose had ruled from the shadows for too long. It was time for a new hand to guide Noxus. One that did not rely on deception, but on absolute control. Jericho Swain would not rule as a tyrant, nor as a mere conqueror. He would rule because only he could. And those who stood against him? They would fall, not by brute force, but by their own failures. He would make them believe they had the power to resist, only to tighten the noose at the moment of their greatest confidence. That is what true strength is, not mere destruction, but the ability to shape the world without needing to destroy it. And so, he stands at the heart of Noxus, not as a king, but as something far more enduring. A leader who sees further, who understands more, who controls not just the battlefield, but the minds of those who believe they can challenge him. The ravens watch. The whispers grow louder. And in the end, there is one truth that cannot be denied. Swain does not follow destiny. He writes it. Power. It is the foundation upon which Noxus stands. Not wealth, not nobility, not the empty traditions that bind lesser nations in chains of their own making. Noxus is an empire of strength, where the weak are cast aside, and only those with the will to seize power may rise. At least, that is what they believe. Jericho Swain knows better. Strength alone is not enough. A brute may crush his enemies beneath his heel, but in time, another will rise to do the same to him. An empire that survives on strength alone is an empire doomed to eat itself alive. Swain has seen this before. Generals who mistake bloodshed for progress, warlords who believe conquest is the same as control. He has watched the strong fall to their own arrogance, to their refusal to see beyond the battlefield. Noxus was never meant to be ruled by brutes. It was meant to be ruled by those who understand the game. Swain plays the game better than anyone. The immortal bastion, the heart of Noxus, was built upon the bones of the fallen. Once, it belonged to the dark tyrant Mordekaiser, who ruled with an iron fist and nothing more. And where is he now? A spectre, a memory, a lingering nightmare clawing at the edges of the world he thought he had conquered. Strength failed him. And it will fail the next fool who believes brawn alone is enough. Swain sees further. He understands that true strength is control, not just over the battlefield, but over the minds of those who fight. A war is not won with steel alone. It is won with patience, with foresight, with the ability to shape the enemy's movements before they even realize they are being led. That is the future he envisions for Noxus. Not a land of mindless warlords, but an empire that moves with purpose. An empire that takes, not because it is strong, but because it is inevitable. Yet, for all his vision, for all his careful calculations, there is one force within Noxus that remains beyond his absolute grasp. The Black Rose. They have lurked in the shadows for centuries, bending Noxian history to their will, manipulating from behind the veil. LeBlanc and her followers believe themselves untouchable, their illusions too deeply woven into the Empire's foundation to be undone. They whisper in the ears of powerful men, guide the ambitions of those too foolish to realize they are being used. But Swain is no fool. He allows them to play their game, to believe they are still unseen. He lets them think their secrets remain intact, that their influence remains unchecked. All the while, his ravens watch. One by one, the pieces shift. The warlords and politicians who once bowed to the Black Rose find their allegiances tested. The whispers of the past begin to fade beneath the weight of something far greater. A new Noxus is rising. An empire ruled not by those who cling to history's illusions, but by those who see the future before it arrives. And Swain? Swain does not need to rule from the shadows. He rules from the very heart of the empire, where all can see him, where all must bow. Pain. It was not the first time Jericho Swain had felt it. He had known wounds, known the sting of steel carving flesh, the burning agony of broken bones. But this was different. He lay in the mud, his once proud Noxian banners torn and blooded around him. The air was thick with smoke, the scent of war mingling with something fouler, defeat. His leg twisted unnaturally beneath him. His right arm was nothing but a ruined mess of flesh and shattered bone. But worst of all, he could no longer see. Where his left eye had once been, there was only darkness. The war against Ionia was meant to be a triumph. Noxus, with its unmatched military might, had come to crush the fragile land of monks and dreamers. The weak would fall, as they always had before. But Swain had underestimated them. No, not them. Her. He could still hear her voice, the blade dancer who had cut him down. Her steel had been too fast, her movements impossibly fluid, as if the very wind had guided her strike. And in that moment, as his sword had fallen from his grasp, as his body collapsed beneath the weight of his failure, Swain had understood something. Strength alone was not enough. And so he lay there, listening to the distant cries of his men, some dying, some already dead, waiting for the end. He had led them here. He had promised them victory. And instead, he had given them death. But death did not come for him. Something else did. The world around him grew colder. The sounds of war faded, replaced by something older, something vast and unknowable. He could feel it before he saw it, shadowed wings unfurling in the abyss, talons scraping against the edges of reality. And then, a voice. Do you wish to see? Swain did not answer. He had nothing left to say. The presence moved closer. He could feel its weight pressing against his mind, peeling back the edges of his thoughts, sifting through them as one might sift through a battlefield of corpses. It was no mortal thing, no mere spirit or demon. It was watching, and it had been watching for a long, long time. You have seen war. You have known power, and yet you were blind. You led them to slaughter. Swain clenched his teeth, but he did not look away, not that he could. His body was broken, his sight stolen. Yet the presence saw him. You are not like the others, it mused, its voice slithering through his mind. You do not seek war for war's sake. You do not revel in the spilling of blood. You desire something greater, and you were willing to die for it. Swain exhaled slowly, the cold seeping deeper into his bones. He had led himself to ruin, and yet this entity did not mock him for it. It respected him for it. The darkness shifted. A form took shape, not fully seen, but felt. A mass of shadow and feathers, shifting with every breath, every thought. Wings, stretching beyond comprehension. A single, burning eye, staring into what remained of Swain's soul. And then, the voice again. But you are not dead. Not yet. Swain's remaining fingers curled into the dirt. He was nothing in this moment. Broken. Defeated. Blinded. Yet he did not beg. He did not plead. He simply listened. You wish to see Jericho Swain. You wish to know what lies beyond the veil. You wish to wield power not given, but earned. The darkness tightened around him. His heartbeat slowed. He felt the weight of the abyss, the vastness of it, the endless hunger within. And then, the whisper. I will give you what you seek. A flash of crimson. A scream. His own. Pain, unlike anything he had ever known. A searing fire in the space where his left eye had once been. A burning that spread through his veins, rewriting him, reshaping him. He could feel the presence within him now, clawing at the edges of his thoughts, a part of him and yet not. And then, vision. Not as he had once known it. No, this was more. He saw shadows stretching long before they moved. He saw paths, decisions not yet made, fates not yet sealed. And above it all, he saw the true shape of Noxus, not as it was, but as it could be. It was not a gift. It was a burden. And it was his to bear. As the darkness faded, Swain did not rise as a defeated man. He rose as something else. Something more. The war in Ionia had been lost. But Noxus's true conquest had only just begun. Noxus had seen war before. It had drowned in blood and fire, had risen and fallen on the backs of warlords who believed strength alone could shape the world. It had broken nations, shattered kingdoms, and bent the will of gods. But never had it seen a man like Swain. When he returned to the immortal bastion, he was not the same general who had marched for Ionia. He was not the proud strategist who had sought victory in the east, nor the crippled failure they had left for dead. No, Jericho Swain had changed. His arm had been taken, his body broken, his very sight stolen. And yet, when he walked through the gates of Noxus, the great generals and noble lords who once dismissed him felt a shift in the air. A presence. A weight pressing against their very thoughts. He saw them now. Truly saw them. They spoke of strength, of power. They wore their scars like medals, their blood-soaked banners like crowns. But Swain saw what they hid, their fears, their weaknesses, the tiny fractures in their confidence that even they had not yet noticed. Noxus, for all its might, was rotting from within. The warlords fought for themselves, not for the empire. The noble houses schemed in the dark, pretending that bloodlines were the same as strength. And beneath it all, the Black Rose whispered their poison into the ears of those too blind to see the strings pulling them. For centuries, Noxus had believed in war as its lifeblood. Conquer, expand, dominate. It had never stopped waging war. Even now, its generals sharpened their blades, looking outward, always outward, for the next enemy to crush beneath their heel. But Swain understood what they did not. The true war was never fought beyond Noxus's borders. It had always been within. And so, as he stood before the High Command, his body still bearing the wounds of his failure, they laughed. The warlords, the councilmen, the self-proclaimed rulers of Noxus, they laughed. Swain, they sneered. You return to us empty-handed. He did not argue. He did not shout. He simply listened. They mocked his missing arm. They called him blind. They called him weak. And all the while, his ravens watched. And then, when their laughter died, Swain raised his head. He turned to the council, his single burning eye meeting theirs. And he spoke. You are all dead. Silence. The warlords exchanged glances, some reaching for their blades, others sneering. Is that a threat, Swain? One of them spat. Swain's smirk was cold. No. It is an observation. And then, one by one, the ravens moved. They descended from the rafters, from the edges of the chamber where they had perched unseen. They landed on shoulders, on thrown arms, on the backs of chairs. Their black eyes watched, and then they whispered. Not to Swain. To them. The warlords stiffened. Some gasped. One let out a choked sound, his face going pale. Swain did not need to speak of their betrayals. He did not need to accuse them of their treasons, their weaknesses, their failures. The ravens had seen. They had listened. They had learned. And now the warlords knew. Swain had not come to be judged. He had come to judge them. Those who had mocked him moments before now sat frozen, their fingers trembling. For the first time in their lives, they did not feel like predators. They felt like prey. Swain took a step forward, his heavy boots echoing through the chamber. Noxus has always looked outward, he said, seeking new lands to conquer, new people to break. But that is not where our enemy lies. His gaze swept across them, his voice cold, unshaken. The greatest threat to Noxus is not beyond our walls. His fingers curled into a fist. It is you. The silence stretched. And then, one by one, the warlords bowed their heads. Not because they were forced. Not because of fear. But because, for the first time, they understood. Swain had not returned to Noxus. He had come to take it. And he would wage his war, not on distant lands, not on weak kingdoms ripe for the taking, but on the corruption within. Because this war, the war for Noxus's very soul, would never end. And Jericho Swain would be the one to win it. The sun hung mercilessly over the golden sands of Shurima, its light searing, blinding, unrelenting in its dominion over the vast and ancient empire buried beneath. Swain stood at the edge of a ruin long forgotten by time, his crimson cloak barely stirring in the oppressive heat. His lone, burning eye swept over the remnants of a civilization that had once ruled an entire continent, only to be swallowed by its own hubris. Empires fall. It was a truth he had always known. A truth Noxus must one day confront. And yet, Shurima was different. Here, power had not faded naturally. It had been stolen. His ravens perched upon shattered pillars, their blackened wings standing in stark contrast against the pale gold of the desert. They watched, as they always did, and what they saw here was troubling. The echoes of something ancient lingered in these ruins. A power beyond steel, beyond flesh. Not magic in the crude way Dimensions feared it, nor the sorcery woven into the illusions of the Black Rose. This was something older, something patient, something watching. Swain had come to Shurima not as a conqueror, nor as a seeker of plunder. He had come because knowledge was power, and in these forgotten sands he sensed knowledge that had been deliberately buried. For centuries, Shurima had been a dead empire. An empire that should have remained dead. And yet, it had risen. He had seen the vision. His ravens had whispered of it, the return of Azir, the so-called emperor of Shurima. A man of sand and arrogance, a ruler who had once believed himself destined to be a god. A fool. Swain had no love for gods. He had seen the true shape of power, had glimpsed what lurked beyond the veil of mortal ambition. Divinity was an illusion. A story men told themselves to justify their own weakness. And yet, his fingers brushed against the shattered stone of an ancient mural, half buried in the sands. The carvings depicted a procession of warriors bowing before a towering figure, adorned in golden feathers, his arms outstretched in divine blessing. Azir. Swain's eye narrowed. There was something wrong about this depiction. Not in its artistry, nor in its intention, but in what it refused to show. The ravens cawed softly, uneasy. Even they could feel it. Something was missing. Something had been removed. Swain exhaled slowly, his breath barely stirring the dry air. He had read of Shurima's fall, of its betrayal, of the man who had torn an empire from history with nothing more than a whisper. Zirath. A name spoken in fear, in hushed tones, as if even uttering it might awaken something best left undisturbed. Swain did not fear names. He feared omissions. His fingers traced the empty space on the mural, a deliberate gap in the story. Azir was shown in all his glory, but where was his betrayer? Where was the shadow that had cast him down? Had Shurima erased it out of shame? Or had something else ensured it was forgotten? Swain knew the truth of history. He had rewritten it himself enough times to know when a lie had been built into the foundations of a story. And this was a lie. He turned from the ruins, his gaze lifting towards the distant horizon where the sun disk still loomed, an eternal reminder of Shurima's defiance against time itself. Azir had returned. But he had returned incomplete. Something had taken more from him than just his empire. And whatever it was still out there. Watching. Waiting. Just as Swain was. Because if there was one truth the Grand General of Noxus understood, it was this. Nothing ever truly stays buried. And when the past finally clawed its way back into the light, Swain would be ready. Swain had conquered many enemies. He had shattered warlords, bent armies to his will, and reshaped Noxus itself with nothing but a keen mind and an unbreakable will. But some wars were not fought with steel. Some required a different kind of strength. The Black Rose had lurked in the shadows of Noxus for centuries, their influence entwined with the Empire's very foundation. No war had ever uprooted them. No general had ever struck them down. Because most fools believed they were unkillable. Swain was not a fool. LeBlanc and her followers were not untouchable. They were simply waiting, as they always had, watching from the dark, shifting their masks when needed, ensuring their existence remained nothing more than a whispered myth. They had survived tyrants, kings, and fools who thought themselves powerful. But they had never faced him. Swain sat in his chamber within the immortal bastion, his lone eye fixed upon the great map of Noxus sprawled before him. Not a battlefield. A chessboard. Every noble house, every military faction, every whisper of influence, laid bare, waiting to be moved. The Black Rose had always been the unseen hand guiding Noxus. Swain did not need to rip that hand away. He simply needed to break its fingers. A raven perched upon his shoulder, its black eyes glinting with something more than intelligence. It had seen what needed to be seen. It had listened where no ears should have been present. And now it whispered. Swain listened. There had been a meeting. A secret gathering. Lords and ladies of Noxian nobility, men who thought themselves powerful, women who believed they ruled from the shadows. They had gathered in a candlelit chamber beneath the streets, surrounded by velvet and silence, their voices low, their movements careful. And at the head of it all, her. LeBlanc. Or at least, the illusion of her. Swain knew better than to assume she was truly there. She was everywhere, and she was nowhere. That was her game. She existed only as long as people believed she did. But it didn't matter. Swain did not need to expose her. He did not need to kill her. He only needed to make her irrelevant. The Black Rose thrived in secrecy. It whispered in the ears of those who thought themselves untouchable. It manipulated kings and queens, generals and warlords, twisting their desires into the shape the rose required. But Swain had changed the game. He did not rule from the shadows. He ruled from the throne. The moment he had seized control of Noxus, the moment he had taken the immortal bastion, he had forced them into the open. He had made them move. And the moment they were forced to act, they had already lost. LeBlanc thought herself untouchable, a puppeteer unseen. But she had not yet realized. Swain was the one who dictated which strings could be pulled. He leaned forward, one gloved hand pressing against the edge of the map. The noble houses would fall in line. The warlords would obey. And the Black Rose? They would wither under the weight of their own deception. Let LeBlanc whisper. Let her illusions dance in candlelight. Let her believe, for a little while longer, that she was still in control. It would make her inevitable fall all the more satisfying. Because in the end, there was only one truth that mattered. Swain did not play the game. He decided when it ended. Noxus is a city of steel and stone, of warriors and warlords, of ambition and conquest. But beneath the march of boots and the clash of blades, there is another force at work. A silent presence that lingers in the corners of perception, unseen but never absent. The ravens. They are not merely birds, nor mindless creatures drawn to carrion. They do not simply watch. They listen. They move through the empire like shadows with wings, slipping unnoticed into war councils, into whispered meetings, into the quiet moments where men believe themselves alone. They have no need for walls or doors, no care for secrecy or silence. And through them, Swain sees. Once, he had two eyes. Mortal eyes. Human eyes. They had served him well enough, until the day he had lost them, until the day he had seen something far greater. Now, his sight is not bound to flesh and bone. It stretches beyond, carried on the backs of his flock, 100 black eyes blinking in unison. They watch the streets of Noxus, the battlefields of distant wars, the candlelit chambers where secrets are traded like coin. And they do not forget. Swain does not command them. Not in the way a falconer commands his bird, nor in the way a sorcerer binds a creature to his will. They are him. an extension of his presence, his whispers made manifest. At times, he feels them more keenly. A flicker of movement at the edge of his mind. The scrape of talons on stone. The rhythmic beating of wings, like the drum of an army that never tires. Even now, as he stands atop the immortal bastion, his crimson cloak billowing in the cold wind, he does not need to turn to know they are there. Perched along the spires, nestled in the alcoves, circling high above the city. Watching. Waiting. It unnerves some. He has seen the way even hardened warlords flinch when a raven lands nearby, the way nobles glance over their shoulders as if fearing the birds might somehow understand what they are saying. They are right to fear, because Swain hears them. He has heard the traitorous thoughts before they are spoken. He has known the ambitions of men before even they dared admit them. He has seen the shape of rebellions before a single banner was raised. The people of Noxus tell themselves they are free, that they rule their own fates. Swain lets them believe it. But his ravens know the truth. And so long as they watch, so long as they listen, nothing remains hidden. Nothing at all. There are those who whisper that Swain is no longer a man. That when he fell in Ionia, when he was left broken and bleeding in the mud, something else rose in his place. They are not entirely wrong. Noxians do not fear magic. They embrace it as they embrace all things, as a tool. But tools can be controlled, wielded, bent to one's will. What lurks within Swain is not a mere tool. It is something older, something patient, something hungry. It does not have a name, at least not one that mortals could understand. Some scholars have tried to define it, calling it a demon of secrets, of knowledge, of war. But Swain knows better. Names imply understanding, and this thing cannot be understood. It watches, always, not from the shadows, but through them. It is a presence that coils at the edge of perception, a whisper that slithers through the cracks of the mind. It does not rage, nor does it scream for violence like the lesser demons who haunt the world in search of blood. No, this one waits. It watches the choices of men, the delicate strings of fate pulling tighter, and when the moment is right, it feeds. Swain has learned to control it, or at least, to make it believe he does. The entity granted him sight beyond sight, allowed him to peer into the fractures of reality, to glimpse the shape of what will be rather than what is. But there is a cost. Every vision, every stolen secret, every moment of clarity comes with a price. The demon does not ask for blood, nor for flesh. It asks for something greater. Memories. Swain has felt them slipping before, the details eroding like sand between his fingers. Faces he once knew, battles he once fought, names he once spoke with certainty, gone, hollow echoes in the recesses of his mind. He does not fight it. He does not resist. Because knowledge is power. And if the price of power is to forget the past, then so be it. For the future belongs to him. And so long as the demon feeds, so long as it whispers its truths in his ear, he will never lose. Because Swain does not need to remember, so long as he knows. To rule Noxus is to rule a beast with many heads, each one snapping, each one hungry, each one believing it is the one in control. Generals, noble houses, warbands, and sorcerers, all driven by ambition, all convinced that they shape the Empire's fate. They are wrong. Only Swain sees the truth. He stands atop the immortal bastion, his crimson cloak a banner of authority against the cold night air. Below him, the city of Noxus stretches endlessly, its towers and streets alive with movement, with whispers, with potential. The Empire breathes, and through his ravens, Through the demon's sight burning behind his lone eye, he sees all of it. But he sees beyond Noxus, too. He sees Demacia, clinging to its empty ideals, suffocating under the weight of its own rigidity. He sees Ionia, caught between peace and war, never willing to embrace one or the other, destined to tear itself apart. He sees Piltover and Zorn, one believing itself superior, the other festering with resentment, both blind to the collapse that will one day come from within. And above them all, beyond the borders men foolishly believe to be permanent, he sees the greater forces at play. The creeping rot of the void. The madness that festers in the Freljord's frozen dark. The remnants of Shurima's forgotten gods, waiting for their moment to rise again. Runeterra is a world that believes itself strong. A world where men play at power, squabble over kingdoms, and build monuments to their own insignificance. Swain sees the lie. Because true strength is not taken. It is prepared for. Noxus must be more than an empire of warlords, more than a land of conquest without reason. If it is to endure, if it is to shape the world rather than be shaped by it, then it must become something greater. Swain does not seek war for war's sake. He seeks control. Because war is coming. A war greater than any Noxian has ever fought. Not against Demacia. Not against Ionia. A war for the future itself. And only he sees it. The warlords beneath him do not understand. The noble houses conspire in their candlelit chambers, believing themselves to be the ones pulling the strings. The Black Rose weaves its illusions, thinking Swain is just another piece on their board. They are all blind. But Swain has already won. Because when the real war arrives, when the world is left broken and bleeding beneath the weight of what is to come, there will only be one force left standing. Noxus. Not as it is. Not as the fools before him imagined it. But as he will make it. The world believes itself ready for what lies ahead. Swain knows better. And so he watches, and he waits. Because soon, the others will see what he sees. And by then, it will be too late. Noxus has never been a kingdom of peace. It is an empire of strength, of ambition, of ceaseless war. And yet, for all its power, it is not unbreakable. Swain knows this better than anyone. An empire does not fall because of the enemies at its gates. It falls because of the rot within. And Noxus, his Noxus, is still rotting. The warlords do not see it. They believe Noxus is unshaken, that as long as the empire marches forward, it will never falter. They believe in blood, in conquest, in the illusion that power comes from the sword alone. Swain knows better. He stands before them now, his lone burning eye sweeping across the grand war council chamber within the immortal bastion. The gathered warlords and noble lords, his enemies and his tools alike, sit in silence. Some shift uncomfortably. Others watch him with narrowed eyes, hands resting on the hilts of their blades, as if steel might protect them from the truths he is about to speak. They hate him. They fear him. But most of all, they do not understand him. Noxus is at war, Swain says at last, his voice even, measured. One of the warlords, a brute of a man, scarred and clad in battle-worn armor, grunts. Noxus is always at war. Swain's gaze shifts to him, and the warlord stills, as if caught in the talons of something unseen. Then tell me, Swain continues, taking a slow step forward, his cloak trailing behind him like a crimson tide. Who is our enemy? A silence settles over the chamber. A few voices murmur uncertainly. Demacia, Ionia, Piltover. They list the names of Noxus's rivals, the nations it has fought and will fight again. Swain lets them speak. He lets them display their ignorance. And then he speaks. You. The chamber stills. You are our enemy, Swain says, his voice sharper than any blade. Not Demacia. Not Ionia. Not the cowards of Piltover or the ghosts of Shurima. You. A noblewoman rises to protest, her mouth opening to spill some carefully rehearsed outrage. But before she can speak, a raven lands upon the back of her chair, its black eyes fixing her in place. She swallows her words, sinking slowly back into her seat. Swain continues. For too long, Noxus has been ruled by greed. By warlords who see only the next battle, by noble houses that scheme and whisper, believing their blood makes them superior. They call themselves Noxian, but they serve only themselves. His gaze sweeps across them. Some avert their eyes. Others glare back at him, unwilling to bow, even to truth. Good. Let them hate him. Let them resist. Because Swain does not need their love. He does not need their loyalty. He only needs them to lose. You call yourselves strong, he says, his voice growing colder, darker. And yet, you are cowards. You look outward, seeking enemies beyond our borders, while you let weakness fester within our walls. You speak of conquest, but you do not understand what it means to rule. Another warlord, older, wiser, more dangerous than the rest, leans forward. And you do. Swain's smirk is almost amused. Yes. The warlord watches him for a long moment. And how do you intend to prove it? Swain steps forward, reaching into his cloak. A sound echoes through the chamber, the rustling of parchment. He holds up a scroll, black wax sealing it shut. A decree. This is an order, he says, letting his voice fill the room. From this day forward, noble titles mean nothing. They are not shields. They are not power. Those who cannot serve Noxus with strength, true strength, will be stripped of their holdings. Murmurs rise. Some are outraged, others are fearful. He lets them speak. He lets them imagine their defiance matters. Then, a single movement of his hand. A raven takes flight, swooping low over the warlords' heads before perching upon his shoulder. The murmurs stop. This is not a request, Swain says simply. It is the law. The older warlord exhales through his nose, studying him. And then, after a long moment, he smiles. It is not a warm smile, nor an easy one. But it is real. The expression of a man who understands what the others do not. Swain does not seek to rule Noxus. He seeks to save it. Not through conquest alone. Not through mindless war. But through control. Through order. Through vision. Noxus has never been a land of kings. It has never bowed to gods. It has never believed in fate. And under Swain's hand, it never will. Because for the first time in its long, blood-stained history, Noxus has a future, and Swain will do whatever it takes to ensure that future belongs to him. Wars are not always fought on the battlefield. Some are waged in silence, in candlelit chambers where whispers are sharper than blades, where a single word can topple an empire as surely as an army's march. Swain understands this kind of war, because he is already fighting one. The Black Rose has existed for centuries, an unseen force lurking in the heart of Noxus, guiding its rulers, shaping its history. Kings and warlords have come and gone, each believing they were in control, never realizing they were simply playing a part in a far greater scheme. But Swain is not like the rulers before him. He sees the strings. He sees the illusion. and he does not intend to be anyone's puppet. Her name is spoken in hushed voices. LeBlanc. Or perhaps that is only one of her many names. She does not command armies, nor does she sit upon a throne. She does not need to. The Black Rose does not rule through force, it rules through control. Through the careful placement of pawns, through deception so perfect that even those ensnared within it believe they are acting of their own will. Swain knows the danger she poses. Because unlike the warlords who foolishly believe themselves powerful, LeBlanc understands the true nature of power, perception. And yet, she has made a mistake. She believes she is still unseen. She believes she still dictates the rules of this game. But Swain is not a piece on her board. He is the one redrawing it. Swain does not strike blindly. He does not rage against shadows, as so many before him have. Instead, he waits. He listens. His ravens have heard things. Quiet conversations held in forgotten halls. Secret gatherings among noble houses that still cling to the past. He has watched as men who claim to serve Noxus bow their heads to something else. And he has let them believe they are safe. For now. Piece by piece, he has been dismantling their web. Not with brute force, but with careful precision. A missing shipment here, an exposed informant there. An accidental decree that severs one of their ties before they even realize it has happened. He does not need to kill the Black Rose. He simply needs to make them irrelevant. Because the Black Rose thrives on secrecy. Its power lies in being untouchable, in existing just beyond the grasp of those who seek to destroy it. Swain does not seek to destroy it. He seeks to make it obsolete. The Black Rose will not fall in a single night. It will not crumble like a burning city, nor will it shatter beneath the weight of a single decree. No. This is a war of patience. A war of slow, creeping inevitability. LeBlanc believes she is immortal. But Swain knows better. Nothing is immortal. Not rulers. Not empires. Not even illusions. And when the time comes, when the last of her influence fades like mist beneath the morning sun, Swain will not need to strike a final blow. He will simply stand among the ruins of her forgotten power and watch. Because in the end, there is only one truth that matters. Noxus does not belong to shadows. It belongs to him. Empires rise and fall. They are shaped by war, by ambition, by the men and women who believe themselves strong enough to carve their names into history. Swain has seen them all. He has watched Demacia cling to its fading ideals, blind to the weight of its own stagnation. He has watched Ionia teeter between peace and war, too afraid to embrace either. He has watched Piltover and Zorn play at progress, never realizing their future is already crumbling beneath them. But Noxus? Noxus will endure, because for the first time in its long, blood-stained history, it has a leader who understands what must be done. Not a king, but an architect. Swain does not sit upon a throne. He does not rule with a crown, nor does he seek worship. Kings are weak. They demand loyalty without earning it, build statues of themselves in the hopes they will not be forgotten. Swain does not care if he is forgotten. He cares only that Noxus remains. For centuries, the Empire has been shaped by warlords who believed strength was an axe swung without thought. Conquer, expand, devour. They mistook destruction for dominance, forgetting that an empire is not just an army. An empire is a vision. Swain sees further than any before him. He sees beyond the battlefield, beyond the fleeting victories that satisfy only the foolish. He sees what Noxus could be. A nation where power is not dictated by birth, but by merit. A nation where loyalty is not given to a ruler, but to the empire itself. A nation that does not waste itself on endless wars, but prepares for the war that will one day come for all of them. Because Swain knows the truth. The warlords who sit in their fortresses, drunk on old victories, do not see it. The noble houses who whisper in the dark, still clinging to their illusions of power, do not see it. But Swain does. Beyond the borders of Noxus, the world is changing. The forces that have remained hidden for centuries, the void, the forgotten gods, the horrors beneath the frel-jawed ice, they are stirring. And when they rise, they will not care for borders. They will not care for nations. They will consume everything. Swain will not let that happen. Some call him a tyrant. Some say he is no better than the warlords before him. He does not care. Let them despise him. Let them curse his name. Let them dream of rebellion in secret. Because when the real war arrives, when the world begins to break, it will not be Demacia that stands against it. It will not be Ionia. It will be Noxus. And it will be because of him. Swain does not seek power for power's sake. He does not hunger for conquest without reason. He is not a warlord. He is not a king. He is the architect of an empire that will outlive them all. And when the future comes, when all others have fallen, Noxus will remain. Because Swain will have made it so. Victory is not without its weight. The fools who seek power rarely understand the burden that comes with it. They see the triumph, the spoils, the banners raised high in the name of conquest. They do not see the cost. Swain does. He has ruled Noxus for years now, and in that time, he has learned a truth that no warlord before him ever grasped. An empire does not endure through victories alone. Victory is fleeting. A city conquered today may rebel tomorrow. A battle won may lead to a war that should never have been fought. Strength is nothing if it is not maintained. And that is his burden. He has built Noxus into something greater than it has ever been. He has shattered the illusions of noble houses who once believed bloodline dictated power. He has forced warlords to bow before the weight of strategy rather than brute force. He has seen the shape of the world, the future that looms like a storm upon the horizon, and he alone has prepared for it. But for all his victories, for all the power he has seized, there are moments, small, fleeting moments, when he wonders what it would be like to be unburdened. To be a man, not an empire. Such thoughts are weaknesses. He dismisses them as soon as they come, yet they return nonetheless, lingering in the silence between battles, in the quiet when even his ravens rest. He knows what the people of Noxus say of him. Some call him a tyrant, whisper of rebellion in the shadows where they think he cannot hear. Others call him a savior, believing that under his rule, Noxus has become stronger than it ever was before. Both are correct, and neither truly understand him. He does not rule for glory. He does not rule for legacy. He rules because no one else can. Because if he were to fall, if he were to let the weight slip from his shoulders, the empire he has built would not simply falter. It would shatter, and the world would devour what remained. So he carries the burden, as he always has. He does not falter. He does not break. Because Noxus will endure, and Swain will endure with it. No matter the cost. There is always a final move. A moment where the board is set, the pieces aligned, and the last gambit is played. Swain has spent years preparing for this moment, not just since his return to Noxus, but long before, in the years when others dismissed him as nothing more than a soldier, an ambitious commander with no true claim to power. They were wrong, because Swain has never fought for himself. He has never sought glory, never hungered for conquest without purpose. Every battle he has fought, every war he has waged, every shadow he has untangled from the web of deception surrounding Noxus, all of it has been leading here. He stands now in the highest chamber of the immortal bastion, alone but never unwatched. His ravens circle above, their black eyes gleaming in the dim light, watching, waiting. They know. They have always known. The final piece is about to fall. The warlords who once defied him now kneel. Not because they were conquered by steel, but because they have come to understand Swain does not need to command obedience. He shapes inevitability. The noble houses that once whispered of rebellion now whisper only in fear, their power undone not by force, but by irrelevance. The black rose, once unseen, now lingers at the edges of his vision. They have not been defeated, not yet. But they are no longer the ones pulling the strings. Swain steps forward, gazing out over the vast empire he has forged, not through brute strength, but through knowledge, control, patience. There will be other wars. There will be other enemies. But this moment, this victory, is the one that matters. Because this is the moment Noxus ceases to be what it was, and becomes what it was always meant to be. The board is set. The final move is made. And Swain has already won. There is no such thing as a final victory. Swain has always known this. The warlords before him thought conquest was an ending, that once the banners were raised and the enemies broken, their rule would be secure. They were fools. An empire is not built in battle. It is built in what comes after. Swain stands atop the immortal bastion, his lone eye fixed on the horizon. Noxus stretches beyond him, a vast, unyielding force. The warlords are tamed, the noble houses reshaped, the black rose reduced to little more than whispers in the dark. For now. But the world does not stop turning. Demacia is still there, its walls high, its rulers blind to the chains they place upon themselves. Ionia lingers between peace and war, a land caught in its own contradictions. Piltover and Zorn crawl toward an uncertain future, their hunger for progress leading them toward something none of them truly understand. And beyond them all, the greater threats stir. Swain has seen the fractures forming at the edges of the world. The creeping rot of the void, the frozen shadows of the Freljord, the restless remnants of gods long thought dead. The others are blind to it. He is not. Noxus stands strong, but strength is not enough. Strength alone will not hold back what is coming. Swain has spent his life ensuring the empire will endure. Now, he must ensure that it survives. The weight of it settles on his shoulders, heavier than any crown. There will be more wars, more enemies. There will always be those who challenge him, who believe they can undo what he has built. Let them try. He has already seen the future. And when it arrives, Noxus will be ready. Because Swain will be ready. And the world will either bow or break. Noxus does not rest. It does not wait for history to shape it, nor does it bow to the whims of fate. It takes. It endures. It survives. And Swain is the one who ensures it will stand when all others fall. He is no warlord, no mere conqueror chasing fleeting victories. He is the unseen hand that guides the empire's fate, the mind that sees further than any before him. His war is not one of swords alone, but of secrets, of control, of preparation for the battles yet to come. For there is always another war, another enemy, another force waiting beyond the horizon. Let them come. Demacia and its blind righteousness, Ionia and its fractured spirit, Piltover and Zorn, clawing at progress they do not understand, the horrors beneath the ice, the whispers in the void. Swain has seen them all, and he will see them fall, because Noxus does not break, and neither does he. If you've enjoyed this tale of ambition, power, and destiny, be sure to follow for more stories hidden in the shadows. The world is vast, and there are always more whispers to be heard.